The Bell That Calls Back. A Story of the Virel Throne. There are places in this world that exist between the knowing and the forgetting, places that do not appear on the careful maps of careful men, yet persist in the trembling margins of old manuscripts. A name written in fading ink, a sketched outline of towers half erased by a nervous hand, a warning scrawled sideways in the gutter of a page, as though the writer feared to commit it fully to the center of things. The Virel Throne was one such place, and like all such places, it had been waiting, with the particular patience of something very old, for the right person to come looking. Chapter 1. The Road That Grows Quiet. The road to the Virel Throne did not announce itself. It began as roads in the eastern reaches of the old continent often did, as nothing more than a suggestion, a thinning of underbrush between two ancient oaks, a slight depression in the earth where cartwheels had passed long ago, a series of flat stones half swallowed by moss that might have been cobbles once in some earlier and more deliberate century. Lioren had been following it for 3 days before he was certain it was a road at all, and by then the forest had closed behind him so thoroughly that he could not have retraced his path, even if he had wished to. He was 24 years old, lean and dark-haired, with ink-stained fingers, and a scholar's slight stoop that had developed over years of bending above manuscripts in the poorly lit archive rooms of the Royal Cartography Hall in Eldenmere. He wore a traveler's oiled cloak that had kept him dry through 2 of the 3 nights and failed spectacularly on the 3rd, and he carried with him a leather satchel so worn and soft it had taken on the shape of his body like a second skin. Inside, 3 blank journals, 2 partially full ones, a collection of mapping instruments he used imperfectly, a jar of iron gall ink, 8 quills wrapped in oilcloth, and a folded letter of commission sealed with the faded wax mark of the Archivist General of Eldenmere. His title, when written on the commission, read Royal Record Keeper, Second Appointment, Division of Forgotten Territories, and Unverified Historical Claims. It was not a prestigious title. It was, in fact, the kind of title given to young men who asked too many questions about the wrong sorts of subjects, questions about kingdoms that did not appear in the official ledgers, about events that had been carefully excised from public record, about names that appeared once in the margins of very old documents, and then never again. Lioren had been asking such questions since he was 16, when he had first found, tucked inside the cover-board of a water-damaged almanac from 400 years prior, a single handwritten note that read, "The bell of Virel does not ring for the living. Do not let it ring for you." The note had been unsigned. The handwriting was small and precise, the kind made by someone who had practiced economy out of necessity rather than preference. The ink was brown with age, and Lioren had spent the better part of 8 years trying to understand what it meant, cataloging every subsequent reference he could find to anything called Virel. The Virel Throne, the Virel Bell, the Virel Disappearances, the Virel Silence. Building a private archive of fragments and whispers that his superiors would have dismissed as folklore had they known its extent. They had not sent him to Virel as a reward, precisely. They had sent him because he would not stop asking, and because the division of forgotten territories was the sort of appointment that usually resulted in a man spending several quiet years in unremarkable provincial villages, writing unremarkable reports about unverified local legends, and eventually losing his appetite for mystery in the comfortable monotony of the work. They expected him to return with a slim journal and a sheepish expression, and the knowledge that the Virel throne was nothing more than an old name for a long abandoned settlement, probably half a dozen farmhouses and an overgrown mill pond. They did not expect him to find anything. Lioren, for his part, had not allowed himself to expect anything either. He was a careful thinker, trained in the architecture of evidence, schooled against the kind of wishful interpretation that turned ordinary coincidence into the scaffolding of myth. He had told himself this quietly and firmly every morning of the journey, in the same tone one uses to remind oneself that a sound heard in the night was probably just the settling of old timbers. But on the afternoon of the third day, when the road, if road it was, passed through a stand of birch trees whose trunks were so pale they looked like the bare arms of something vast and patient reaching up through the earth, and the light began to shift in the way that light shifts only when it is being filtered through smoke, or through the particular quality of air that exists in places long inhabited by human sorrow. Lioren stopped walking. He stood very still. The forest had gone quiet in a way that was different from the ordinary quiet of afternoon, when birds rest and wind holds its breath between gusts. This was a silence that had texture to it, weight to it, the way silence has weight in rooms where something terrible has already happened, and the walls still remember the shape of it. And then, just at the edge of hearing, or perhaps just beyond it, in that uncertain territory between sound and imagination, he felt something rather than heard it. A low, long vibration, like the aftermath of a struck bell, the resonance that continues in the air long after the metal has stopped moving, traveling not through the ears but through the chest, through the sternum, through the soft architecture of feeling. He stood there for a long time after it faded, his hand resting on the strap of his satchel, his ink-stained fingers curled around leather that had suddenly gone cold. Then he walked on. The village arrived without warning, the way the village must always have arrived for travelers. One moment forest, the next moment stone, as though the settlement had assembled itself from the trees while his back was turned. There was a gate which surprised him, though it stood open. It was made of dark iron, worked in patterns he did not immediately recognize, but which resolved, when he looked more carefully in the failing afternoon light, into the shapes of bells, dozens of them, of varying sizes, each one rendered with a craftsman's care, the clappers hanging still and heavy inside their iron mouths. Beyond the gate, a street of gray cobblestones curved gently uphill between buildings of dark stone. The buildings were old, genuinely old, not in the way of buildings that have been allowed to age without maintenance, but in the way of buildings that have aged through maintenance, been repaired so many times across so many generations that they carried the mark of every pair of hands that had ever touched them, each repair in slightly different stone, slightly different mortar, creating a layered record of survival that Lioren's archivist's eye immediately recognized and appreciated. Lamps burned in the windows. Wood smoke rose from chimneys. A cat sat at the corner where the street curved and regarded him with the absolute indifference of cats everywhere, then looked away. The village was alive. He had half expected ruins. He had not, in the careful, rational part of his mind, permitted himself to expect anything at all, but if he had, He might have expected the hollow shells of buildings, the tumbled stones of forgotten walls, the silence of genuine abandonment. Not this, not the smell of bread baking somewhere behind a closed door, not the sound of a child's voice somewhere high above. A window, perhaps, a child calling to another child across the gap between buildings. Not the sight of an old man sitting on a low stone wall at the side of the street, smoking a clay pipe and watching Lioren's approach with the mild curiosity of someone who sees strangers infrequently, but is not alarmed by them. "You'll be looking for lodging," the old man said. It was not a question. "I will," Lioren said. "I'm a record keeper. I've come from Eldenmere, from the Archivist General's commission. I'd like to speak with whoever governs here, if there is such a person." "There is such a person," the old man said, drawing slowly on his pipe. "Governess Maren, she'll know you're here before you reach her door, so you needn't rush. The Alderswick Inn will take you for the night. Tell them Osper sent you." He paused. "First time in Virel?" "Yes," Lioren said. Osper nodded slowly, watching the smoke curl from his pipe with the expression of a man watching something he has watched so many times it has become deeply personal, like a recurring dream. "They all say that," he said, and did not elaborate, and Lioren, after waiting a reasonable interval to see if elaboration would come, thanked him and continued up the street. The Alderswick Inn occupied a long, low building near the center of the village, or what Lioren estimated to be the center, though the layout of the streets was not easily mapped from within. They curved in ways that suggested familiarity rather than planning, as though the buildings had been placed according to some logic of use and community that did not concern itself with right angles or cardinal directions. The inn's sign hung from an iron bracket above the door, 2 bells, painted black, hanging side by side, perfectly still. The innkeeper was a broad woman in her 50s named Aldra, who accepted Osper's name with a nod and showed Lioren to a room on the second floor with a window that looked out over the rooftops, and above them, at the very top of the hill at the center of the village, the thing Lioren had not permitted himself to look at directly since entering through the eye-row. Gate. The tower. It rose from the crown of the hill like a stone finger pointed at the sky, and even in the twilight, even at this distance, he could see that it was taller than it had any right to be for the scale of the buildings around it. Tall in the way of things that belong to a different proportion than the world they stand in. It was not a beautiful tower in the way of the towers he had seen illustrated in the architectural histories in the archive. Those slender, aspirational structures that spoke of ambition and art. This tower was thicker, squarer, more deliberate. It had been built to last, and it had lasted, and it wore its age the way old soldiers wear their scars, not with shame and not with pride, but simply with the impassive acknowledgement that these things had happened, and here it still was. At the top of the tower, where the outline softened against the darkening sky, he could see the rectangular openings of the belfry, 4 of them, one on each face, darker than the darkening sky behind them, like 4 open eyes looking outward in 4 directions at once. He stood at his window and looked at the tower until the last light faded and the village below had settled into the yellow-orange warmth of lamplight and hearth fire. Then he sat at the small writing table in his room, lit the candle that Aldra had left for him, and opened his journal. Virel, he wrote at the top of the first new page. Day 1. population present and apparently functional. Settlement is genuine and inhabited. Architecture suggests continuous occupation over several centuries, with repair patterns indicating generational maintenance rather than modern reconstruction. Tower visible from most points in the village will seek audience with Governess Lioren tomorrow. Note, the gate is worked with bell imagery. The inn sign also. Will observe further. He paused, his quill resting against the page. Note also, upon entry to the village, experienced a sensation at the sternum. A resonance, possibly. Similar to, but not identical with the sound of a struck bell heard from a great distance. Not sure if this is relevant. Noting it regardless. He capped his ink, set his quill aside, and listened to the sounds of the village settling into night. There was nothing alarming in those sounds. The distant bark of a dog, the creak of the inn's timbers adjusting to the cooling air, the murmur of voices from the floor below, the occasional rhythm of footsteps on cobblestone outside. Ordinary. Entirely ordinary. He fell asleep with the candle still burning and woke when it guttered out, and lay in the dark listening to the silence that had replaced the ordinary sounds, and counted his breaths, and waited, without knowing what he was waiting for. Midnight came and went without his knowing. He slept and did not dream, or if he dreamed, retained nothing of it. Only a feeling, on waking in the gray pre-dawn light, of having been somewhere vast and dark and very quiet, and of having stood at the edge of something he could not see the bottom of, and of having been, for a reason he could not name, entirely unafraid. Chapter 2. The governess and the record governess Lioren received him in a room that smelled of old paper and dried herbs, and the particular mustiness of authority long and quietly exercised. She was older than he'd expected, perhaps 70, perhaps more, with white hair pulled back from a face that had been striking once and was now simply decisive, all the softness worn away to reveal the precise structure beneath, like a stone sculpture slowly freed from the excess material around it. She sat behind a table stacked with ledgers and did not invite him to sit. He sat anyway, because the walk up the hill to the governess's hall had been longer and steeper than it looked, and because he suspected that a governess who had held her position long enough to develop this particular quality of stillness was not someone who would be much troubled by the minor assertion of a traveling record-keeper taking a chair. She looked at him for a long moment before speaking. "You're very young," she said, "to be sent after something like this." "I'm the one who asked to come," Lioren said. "That may make a difference." "It may," she said, and something moved briefly behind her eyes. Not surprise, exactly, but a recalibration, as though she had been holding a small object and discovered it was slightly heavier than she'd estimated. "What do you know of the bell?" "Almost nothing verifiable," he said honestly. "I have fragments, references in old documents, a note found in an almanac, a handful of accounts that appear in archives from other cities that may refer to this place, or may refer to something else entirely. I know the tower exists. I know there have been disappearances, recorded over several generations, attributed in various sources to various causes, ranging from plague to wolf predation to what one writer called, and I'm quoting D.I. correctly, the particular madness that comes upon those in high places who have listened too long to silence." He paused. "I know the bell rings at midnight." "And?" Lioren said. "And no one rings it." She was quiet for a moment, her hands resting flat on the table, her eyes on him with an expression he could not immediately categorize. It was not fear. It was not the practiced blankness of someone who has learned to give nothing away. It was something more like grief, the dry, resigned grief of someone who has been grieving a very long time and has learned to carry it the way they carry their own skeleton, invisibly, structurally, as a basic feature of existing in the world. The last person who came to write about the bell, she said, was 19 years ago, a historian from the university in Carveth. He was very thorough. He interviewed everyone willing to speak to him, spent 3 weeks making notes. On the 23rd day of his stay, he heard the bell. Lioren kept his expression carefully neutral. And the next morning? Gone, Marin said. His room at the inn was empty. His notes were on the table. His coat was hanging on the hook by the door. His boots were placed side by side at the foot of the bed, as if he had removed them before sleeping and fully intended to put them on again in the morning. She paused. We kept his notes. I have them still. They're in the ledger room. You may read them if you like. They stopped mid-sentence on the 22nd day, which was the night before he disappeared. The last complete sentence he wrote was, I am beginning to understand why they will not speak of it directly. Lioren took his journal from his satchel and wrote this down, feeling the familiar slight tremor in his hand that came not from fear, but from the proximity of genuine information, the particular excitement of the real thing after years of fragments. May I ask, he said, without looking up from his writing, how many disappearances have been recorded, in total, across the full history of the village? Marin was silent long enough that he did look up. We stopped counting, she said, 200 years ago. The counting made it worse, somehow, made it feel like something we were cataloging rather than something we were trying to stop. She looked down at her hands. Suffice to say, every family in this village has lost someone. Some have lost more than one. And it follows the same pattern, always the same pattern. The person who is taken, she stopped, started again. The person who disappears, they hear the bell first, the night before. Only them, not others nearby, and in the morning they are gone. Have you ever... Lioren began. No, Marin said with the finality of a door closing. I have not heard it. I have been governess of this village for 41 years, and I have never heard it, and I am not certain whether that is a mercy or an insult. She stood, which had the effect of ending the conversation without needing to say so directly. You may go where you wish in the village. You may speak to who you wish. Most of them will speak to you. We have learned that keeping silent about it changes nothing, so we have stopped keeping silent. What you may not do, young record-keeper, is enter the tower. The door has been sealed for 60 years. I will tell you, as I have told everyone who has come here, the tower is not part of the history. The tower is the history, and it is sealed for a reason. Lioren nodded. He folded his journal, capped his ink, wrapped his quill. One more question, he said, rising. The people who disappear? Has anyone ever looked for them? In the tower, beneath the tower, in the forest beyond the village? Marin looked at him for a long time. Yes, she said, many times. In the early years there were search parties. The tower was entered in those early years, before the sealing. The forest was searched. The ground around the tower was dug up once by a very determined council of elders, several generations back. They found nothing, nothing wrong, nothing hidden, nothing at all. She walked to the door and opened it, which was his dismissal. But, she said, as he passed through, and he stopped. 3 years after that council of elders searched the ground beneath the tower. 3 years, not one, not two, but 3. One of the women on the search party went to the market in the neighboring village of Selwick, 15 miles east, and she saw, among the crowd, her husband who had disappeared 7 years before she was born. The door closed behind him. Lioren stood in the corridor of the governess's hall, in the quiet and the cold, and held this information in his mind the way one holds a found object of uncertain purpose, carefully, with attention to its weight and shape, trying to understand what it was designed to do. Then he went down the hill to find the historian's notes. Chapter 3. What the historian left behind. The notes were kept in a small room off the main hall. Not a proper archive, but the kind of improvised storage space that develops in any administrative building over time, where documents accumulate like sediment, layer upon layer, each layer the record of its own moment of urgency, now reduced to the company of all the other urgencies that had preceded it and been likewise overtaken by time. A young clerk named Vesson brought Lioren to the room and lingered in the doorway, watching with the particular expression of young people who have grown up in proximity to something frightening and have developed, as a result, a relationship with that fear that is neither avoidance nor obsession, but something more nuanced, a kind of watchful familiarity. "Did you know the historian?" Lioren asked, not looking up from the ledgers he was carefully sorting through, looking for the right set of notes. "He was before my time," Vesson said. "But my grandmother remembered him. She said he was very earnest, very determined. He used to ask the same questions 3 or 4 ways, trying to find an angle that would get him a different answer." "Did it work?" "She said it just meant he got to know the shape of the thing he wasn't being told more clearly," Vesson said. "Like trying to see something in the dark by looking at what's around it instead of at it directly." Lioren found the historian's notes near the bottom of a wooden box that also contained a broken navigation compass, 3 candles down to their last inch, and a child's leather shoe worn through at the toe. He spread them on the table and began to read. The historian's name, from the cover sheet, had been Aerith. He had written in a small, competent hand on paper that had yellowed but held. His notes were methodical, organized by day and interview subject, cross-referenced with marginal symbols. Lioren took several minutes to decode and then recognized as a simplified version of the Carveth University archival system, a system he himself had studied. The recognition created an unexpected intimacy, this sense of a mind organized along lines familiar to his own, reaching across 19 years of absence. He read carefully. Aerith had spoken to 43 residents over 22 days. He had compiled a list of disappearances reaching back 6 generations, each account as complete as oral history could make it, with careful notations about the reliability of the source. He had sketched the tower from 3 angles, careful, accurate sketches that Lioren studied for a long time. He had noted the same things Lioren had noted, the bell imagery throughout the village, the particular quality of silence that settled over the place at night, The way residents spoke of the disappearances, not with the flat affect of those in denial, but with the particular measured sadness of people who have integrated a terrible thing into the ordinary architecture of their lives. But on day 18, something changed in the notes. The handwriting remained the same. The organization remained the same, but a quality entered the writing that Lioren recognized from his own notes when he was working close to something real. A slight quickening, a compression of detail, as though the writer were writing faster, trying to keep pace with a thought that was moving ahead of him. Day 18, Arath had written, spoke today with a woman named Kala, age approximately 60, who lives in the last house before the eastern forest edge. She is the granddaughter of Minna, who disappeared 40 years ago, and she told me something that no one else has said, or that others have said in different forms, and I have only now understood. She said, "They don't stay gone." I asked her to clarify. She said, "The ones who disappear, they don't go away, they go somewhere else. And sometimes they come back, but not back here, back elsewhere, back in the world." She said her cousin went to the market in Selwick 12 years ago and saw her grandmother Minna there, not a woman who resembled Minna, Minna herself, unchanged, not aged a day from the portrait in the family's keeping, walking through the market crowd with a basket on her arm like a woman going about her ordinary business. The cousin approached her. She said the woman turned and looked at her. She said the eyes were right, same color, same shape, but the expression was wrong in a way she could not describe, except to say it was like looking at someone who recognized the situation of being looked at, but could not quite remember what they were supposed to do next. Like a person encountering a word in a familiar language that they have almost, but not quite entirely, forgotten the meaning of. The woman smiled. The smile was wrong, in the same way the eyes were wrong. Then she turned and walked into the crowd and was not found again. Lioren set the notes down for a moment. The candle on the table beside him had burned low. He trimmed it automatically, barely aware of doing so, and read on. Die. I-19. Ask governess, then a younger governess, I assume, or perhaps the same. I did not ask directly, and she did not volunteer, about the account of Minna and the woman in Selwick. She confirmed it and provided me with 3 additional accounts of similar nature. Recognized faces in wrong places, returned not to Virel, but to other villages and cities. Unchanged, slightly wrong, always eventually lost in a crowd or a turn of a corner. The word that keeps occurring to me, and that I keep resisting because it is imprecise, is inhabited, as though the body were being used by something that was not quite the person the body had originally belonged to. But this does not fit either, because the cousins and the grandchildren who made the sightings all said it was them. It was genuinely them, not a resemblance, the person, only not quite here, like a candle seen through old glass, still a candle, still producing light, but the light arriving at you already changed. Day 20. I have begun to have a recurring sensation, a vibration, low and slow in the chest. It began last night, and I assumed it was the consequence of sleeping in a cold room on an unfamiliar mattress. But it continues today. I notice it most when I look at the tower. Day 21. The vibration is less a physical sensation now, and more like a persistent awareness. I'm going to record this carefully because I want to be accurate and not dramatic. It is as though something has been switched on somewhere at the edge of my perception, like a sound just below the threshold of hearing that you know is there only because of the effect it is having on the silence around it. Day 22. I'm beginning to understand why they will not speak of it directly. And then the sentence was broken, not continued, not concluded, simply interrupted. The quill had dragged a thin line of ink across the bottom of the page, the line that a quill makes when the hand holding it is suddenly lifted away, or set down, or when the person holding it gets up from the table because something has required their attention. Lioren sat for a long time in the little storage room, the notes before him, the candle burning low again, the sounds of the village drifting in from outside. He thought about Erath, 19 years gone. He thought about the vibration in his own chest that he had felt on the road, in the birch forest, 2 days before arriving. He thought about the fact that he had not heard anything on his first night, had slept through midnight without waking, without awareness. He thought perhaps the bell had not rung. He thought perhaps he had not yet been chosen. He thought, what is the difference between a man investigating a mystery and a man walking steadily toward the center of it? He gathered the notes carefully, returned them to the wooden box, and went back out into the village. Chapter 4. The Village Speaks. He spent the next 5 days walking and listening. This was, at its heart, the essential skill of the record keeper, not the transcription of facts, which any literate person could manage, but the capacity to be present in a place long enough that the place relaxed around you, the way a wild thing relaxes when it has decided you are not a threat. Lioren had learned, in his years at the archive and his shorter years in the field, that people who had been asked questions by many people over many years did not open immediately to new questioning. They had developed over those years a kind of practice story, a version of their experience that they offered to inquirers as a complete thing, finished, properly shaped, with beginning and middle and end. And the practice story was always true, in the sense that it contained true elements, but it was never the whole truth, because the whole truth was not a story that had been shaped into something offerable. It was jagged and internal and inconsistent and full of the details that people are embarrassed to mention because they are afraid of sounding mad. Lioren's method was patience. He asked few questions. He was present at the inn's common room in the evenings when the fire burned and the village gathered in that way that villages gathered in cold seasons, not formally, not by arrangement, but by the gravitational force of warmth and company and the human need to be, at least briefly, less alone than the night requires. He nursed his drink slowly and listened, and when people spoke to him, which they began to do gradually as the days passed, and he remained unremarkable as he failed to press or alarm, he listened with the full quality of his attention, which was considerable, and he noted everything, but not while they were talking. This was what he gathered. The bell. No one in the village called it anything other than the bell, with the definite article, as though there were only one bell in all the world, and it was theirs. The bell had been ringing at midnight for as long as anyone could remember. Whitmer, H, in oral terms, meant as long as the oldest person's grandmother could remember, which meant something like 150 years at minimum, probably longer. The stone of the tower was older than the village by several centuries. Even the oldest residents acknowledged this, speaking of the tower as one speaks of a geological feature, something that was there before human consideration and would presumably be there after. The village had built itself around the tower, rather than the tower being built as part of the village. This was, Lioren noted carefully, the opposite of the arrangement one would expect. The disappearances came in clusters rather than steadily. There might be 3 in a single year, and then nothing for a decade, then 2 in quick succession, then silence for 15 years, then 1. The pattern, if it was a pattern, had been analyzed by every mind in the village across every generation, and no one had identified a meaningful correlation. Not with seasons, not with weather, not with moon phase, not with any particular event in the life of the village. The only consistent element was the bell, heard only by the individual in question on the night before their disappearance, and the morning empty room. The recognition events, the sightings of vanished people in other places, were the aspect the villagers spoke of least easily. These were not uniformly reported, not consistent enough to be called a pattern, but they occurred with sufficient frequency across enough generations that they were part of the accepted, if unspoken, understanding of what the disappearances meant. People did not say gone, they said taken, and they did not say dead. This was the significant thing Lioren kept returning to, writing about it in his journal at night by candlelight. They did not say dead. In a medieval village faced with unexplained disappearances, the natural and unthinking language would be the language of death, lost, past, gone to God. But not here. Here the language was of displacement, of transition, of being elsewhere rather than nowhere. On the 4th day, walking the upper streets of the village in the pale afternoon light, he encountered the old man Osper again, smoking his pipe on a different wall, as though the walls of the village were benches arranged for his comfort at various points throughout the day. "You've been talking to people," Osper said. "I have. You've been careful about it, not pushing." The old man drew on his pipe. "The historian, the one from 19 years ago, he pushed. He was polite about it, but he pushed. You can always tell." "I'm not here to push," Lioren said. "I'm here to understand." Osper was quiet for a moment, watching the smoke. "My daughter was taken," he said without preamble, without particular emotion, in the voice of a man stating a geographical fact about a landscape he has lived in for so long it has become simply the landscape, without charge. 11 years ago, she was 30. She had a husband and 2 children, both young. The morning after, I found her room empty. Her children were asleep in the next room. They didn't wake. They don't remember waking." He paused. "The younger one, the girl. She's 20 now. Last year she went to a cloth fair in Westering, 2 days east of here. She saw her mother in the crowd." Lioren waited. "She said her mother was carrying a bolt of cloth," Osper said. "Green cloth. Her mother had always liked green. She said her mother looked directly at her and smiled. She said the smile was—" He stopped, frowned at his pipe. "She said it was like being smiled at by someone who loves you but is standing on the other side of very thick glass. The love is real. The glass is real. And they can't come through." He stood, knocking the ash from his pipe against the stone wall. "She's somewhere," Osper said. "That's what the bell does, the people here believe. It doesn't end them. It puts them somewhere. And occasionally, for reasons none of us have ever been able to determine, whatever is somewhere let something of them slip back for a moment. A glimpse, an imprint. He looked at Lioren for the first time in the conversation, directly, with the full weight of 11 years of quiet grief behind his eyes. The question that every person in this village has asked for every generation, he said, is not what the bell does to the people who hear it. The question is what the bell is calling, because it is not calling for them. They are not the purpose. They are the consequence. He walked away. Lioren stood at the wall and looked up, past the rooftops, at the tower against the gray afternoon sky. They are not the purpose. They are the consequence. He wrote it in his journal that evening with a hand that was entirely steady. Chapter 5. Beneath the Old Language. The historian's notes had referenced a book, not prominently, a single marginal notation on day 15, a title and a symbol Lioren had decoded as meaning console. Ted, insufficient. The title was Revel Arvoth, which was not a language Lioren immediately recognized, and which he spent 2 evenings at the inn's table working through before identifying it as a very old dialect form of the Eastern language group, in which revel meant approximately foundation or root or that which lies beneath, and voth meant, depending on context, either voice or call or signal, the foundation of the signal, or the root of the call, or, more loosely, what lies beneath the calling. He asked Wesen about the book. Wesen was surprised he knew of it. "It's in the governess's library," Wesen said. "Not the ledger room, the proper library upstairs. It's very old. Governess Moran doesn't usually let people read it. She says it was written by someone who understood too much too quickly, and then understood something they shouldn't have, and the book is full of the gap between those two understandings." "That's an unusual description of a book," Lioren said. "Governess Marin has an unusual way of describing things," Wesen said. "It's one of the things about her that is sometimes comforting and sometimes not." Lioren went back to the governess's hall and requested the book. He expected refusal. Instead, Marin led him upstairs herself, to a library that was smaller than the archive rooms at Eldenmere, but considerably more organized, with the particular organization of someone who knows exactly what they have and why, rather than the organizational systems that develop in places where books accumulate faster than they are cataloged. She took the book from a high shelf. It was thinner than he'd expected, perhaps 100 pages, bound in dark leather that had once been worked with a pattern now too worn to clearly read, and set it on the library table, and looked at him with the same evaluating expression she'd worn at their first meeting. "You may read it here," she said. "Not in your room, not away from this building." "Of course," Lioren said. "And there are parts of it," she said, "that you may find disturbing, not for the reasons you might expect, not because the content is frightening exactly, but because—" She stopped, rearranged something in her expression. The historian from 19 years ago read it on day 15 of his stay. 3 days later he began experiencing the resonant sensation. I do not know if that is coincidence. "Do you believe it is?" Lioren asked. "I believe," Marin said carefully, "that some knowledge changes the conditions of its own receipt. That understanding something is not always a passive act, that to truly understand a mechanism is sometimes, in a small but real way, to become part of it." She went to the door. "Read carefully," Take notes if you wish. I'll have Vesson bring you light and something to eat. It will take you several hours." It took him 4. The book had been written in several hands, suggesting multiple authorship across an uncertain span of time, all using the same old dialect form, which Lioren worked through slowly, with the translation habits developed from years of working in the archive's foreign language collections. The first section, perhaps 30 pages, was what he would have categorized as observational history, a careful account of the tower's construction, which had apparently predated the village by at least 200 years, built by a group referred to as the Founders, whose purpose in the region was described in terms he found difficult to translate precisely, something between listening post and monitoring station and place of careful watching. The Founders, it appeared, had known about what lay beneath the hill, had known about it before they built, had in fact come to this place because of what was beneath the hill. Lioren's translation of the relevant passage, made in his journal with notes to indicate uncertainty, beneath the Virel hill, at a depth that the Founders described as neither physical nor metaphorical, but somewhere in the space between descriptions, there exists a membrane, or threshold, or boundary, or door that is not a door. The membrane separates what we understand as the inhabited world from what the Founders called untranslatable. The word appears to combine concepts of depth, distance, and time into a single term, something like the long beneath or the deep elsewhere. The membrane is not solid. It breathes. It has a rhythm. And the rhythm, the Founders discovered, produces, as a consequence of its breathing, a resonance that travels upward through the hill and is amplified by the tower they constructed above it, in the same way that a hollow instrument amplifies the vibration of a struck string. The bell does not exist. Lioren stopped, read this sentence 3 times. The bell does not exist. There is no bell in the tower. There has never been a bell in the tower. What the villagers call the bell is the resonance of the membrane, shaped by the architecture of the tower into something that the human perceptual system, reaching for familiar categories, interprets as the sound of a bell. But it is not a sound. It is a signal. He continued, more slowly now. The signal, when it becomes strong enough, when the membrane, in its breathing, produces a resonance of sufficient amplitude, is not merely perceived. It is received by certain individuals whose particular neural and emotional architecture, by some mechanism the Founders studied but never fully understood, makes them susceptible to the signal in the way that certain metals are susceptible to magnetic force. Not to all such metals, but to specific ones, for reasons intrinsic to their composition. When an individual receives the signal, truly receives it, not merely hears it in passing, the membrane, which the Founders believed to be a living or quasi-living boundary, responds. It draws toward the individual, and the individual is drawn toward the membrane. This is what the villagers call the disappearance. The individual does not die. The individual passes through the membrane into the deep elsewhere. But here the Founders' understanding became, in their own words, incomplete and frightening, because the membrane does not simply receive, it also sends. And what the membrane sends, what it has been sending from below, upward through the hill, through the tower, outward into the world for longer than any record, is not people. It is something else entirely. The bell is not calling people down. The bell is calling something back. Lioren set his quill down. He was aware that his breathing had changed, not stopped, not frightened, but deepened, as though his body were trying to take in more air, or more of whatever air carried in preparation for something that required it. He read the final section of the book, which was shorter, written in a different hand, with a quality of haste that the earlier sections lacked. We know now that the founders sealed the tower because they made a mistake. They built the tower to amplify the resonance so that they could study it more precisely, and in doing so, they increased it beyond what the membrane had been producing naturally. They made the signal stronger. More people received it. More people passed through. And what was coming up from the deep elsewhere, drawn by the signal's strength, was also coming faster and in greater quantity. The founders understood, too late, that the tower was not just a monitoring station. By amplifying the membrane's resonance, they had built an engine, a machine. And what the machine was doing, what it had been doing for all the generations since, was creating an exchange. People go down, something comes up, and something the founders believed, based on evidence they did not explain in detail, evidence that clearly distressed them deeply. Something has already come up, has already crossed, has already been here among the living for a very long time. Not loud, not dramatic, not visible, but present. Present in the way that a particular quality of cold is present in a room that has held something cold within its walls for many years. Even when the cold thing is gone, the room remembers the cold and gives it back. The book ended there. No final page, no conclusion. Simply, the handwriting stopped, mid-page, the way Aerith's notes had stopped. Lioren sat in the governess's library for a long time in the thickening dark, the candle burning beside him, the sounds of the village below and outside, the wind beginning against the windows, and the tower visible from where he sat. Even here, even in this room, visible, unavoidable, against the night sky like a word that cannot be unread. Chapter 6. The Sixth Night. He did not sleep on the fifth night. He had not planned this. He lay in his bed at the inn, the candle extinguished, the village below settled into its midnight quiet, and he found that sleep would not come, not from anxiety, not from agitation, but from a quality of alertness that was too fine and too total to be interrupted by sleep, as though every receptor of his body had been turned, without his instruction, to full attention, and could not now be turned back. He lay and listened, and the village was silent, and he counted his breaths, and the silence went on, and midnight came and went. He was aware of it as a pressure, a deepening of the silence, rather than any visible marker. And then midnight passed, and the silence released, very slowly, by degrees, like a held breath slowly let out. He had heard nothing, he had felt nothing, or almost nothing. There had been, just at the furthest edge of what he could honestly claim was a sensation rather than an imagination, a slight vibration in his sternum, lasting perhaps 5 seconds, perhaps less. The same thing he had felt on the road, in the birch trees. The same thing Aerith had recorded feeling, with increasing intensity, in the days before he disappeared. He was honest with himself about the lying in the dark. He wrote about it in his journal by feel, in the dark, able to write without light, because he had been writing in the dark before, because a scholar's hand makes the letters the same way in darkness as in light. He wrote, "The resonance is real. I have felt it twice now. It is not frightening. This absence of fear is perhaps itself a datum. He wrote, the book says certain individuals whose particular neural and emotional architecture. I do not know what that means exactly. I am aware that I have been aware of this place for 8 years, since I found the note in the almanac. I am aware that I came here not because I was sent, but because I could not stop trying to come. I am aware that these two facts, read alongside the book's description of receptive individuals, form a pattern I do not like the shape of. He wrote, I will ask Marn in the morning whether I can enter the tower. He already knew she would say no. On the 6th morning he did not go to the governess. He went instead to find Calla, the woman Aerith had spoken to on his 18th day, the granddaughter of Minna, the woman who had vanished and then been seen, unchanged, in the Selwick market. He had read about her in Aerith's notes and had been meaning to speak with her since his 2nd day in the village, but he had held back, following his instinct that some conversations required more patience than others. She lived in the last house before the eastern forest, exactly as Aerith had recorded, as though in the 19 years between his visit and Lioren's, she had not found it necessary to move. She was perhaps 75. She would have been young when Aerith visited, and she was old now, with the precise, self-contained manner of the very old, who have thought themselves into a kind of peace with the world, and are mildly, benevolently impatient with those who have not yet done so. She did not invite him in. They spoke at her doorway, her hand on the doorframe, the dark interior of her house behind her, and the gray morning, and the edge of the forest behind him. The historian asked me questions, she said when he had explained himself. You look like you want to ask different ones. I want to ask about your grandmother, he said. Not about the disappearance, about the sighting, what your cousin told you about the Selwick market. Calla looked at him for a moment. My cousin is dead now. 12 years dead. She died young, from a fever, nothing to do with any of this. But she told me before she died. She paused. You want to know if my grandmother seemed afraid? Lioren blinked. Yes, he said. That's exactly what I want to know. She didn't, Calla said. That's what my cousin said. She said she looked, and this is the exact word she used. I've held on to it for 40 years. She looked occupied, not afraid, not confused, not trapped. Occupied, like a house that has a tenant, and the tenant has made it theirs, and the house is being used for something, and the something seems purposeful. She looked at him steadily. My cousin said the hardest part was that she didn't seem to need rescuing. She seemed to be doing something. She just could not come home while doing it. Lioren wrote this down. His hand was steady. One more thing, he said. Your grandmother disappeared. She was seen in Selwick, unchanged, years later. And you've lived here, with that knowledge, all your life. What do you believe the bell is? What do you personally believe it is doing? Calla was quiet for a long time, looking past him at the edge of the forest, where the trees stood in the winter light like tall, dark figures keeping a respectful distance. I think, she said finally, that it's a door. And I think that some people are keys. And I think the door has been kept locked for so long, for so much longer than anyone here knows, that whatever is on the other side has started finding other ways through, little ways, cracks under the door. She looked at him. The wrong eyes in the right face, the right love coming through the wrong glass. She lifted a hand, not quite a wave, more a gesture of conclusion, and stepped back into her dark doorway. "Whatever you're going to do," she said before closing the door, "do it soon. There are certain things that, once started, don't improve with waiting." She closed the door. Lioren stood before it for a moment in the cold morning, the forest at his back, the village curving away uphill before him, and the tower at the top of the hill, always visible, always there, its 4 belfry openings looking in 4 directions at once. He turned and began walking toward it. Chapter 7. The Tower. He did not tell Marin. He had made a decision about this in the small hours of his sleepless night. That honesty was his default, that he would report everything in his official capacity and hide nothing in his eventual record, but that in the immediate present, the governess's prohibition on entering the TT hour was based on a protective instinct that he respected, but could not, in conscience, honor, because the protection she offered was the protection of ignorance, and ignorance had not helped anyone, not for 200 years of careful, sorrowful ignorance. And because, and this was the part of the reasoning he was most honest with himself about, he was already part of this, had been part of it for 8 years without knowing it, and the time for staying at the edge of the thing was over. The tower door, when he reached it, was not sealed in any way that the word sealed had led him to expect. There was no lock, no bar, no boarding across the entrance. There was simply a door, iron-banded oak, old and heavy and dark with age, and before it, set into the cobblestones of the small square at the tower's base, a pattern of stones in a slightly different color, lighter, almost cream-colored against the gray, that formed a circle around the door. He stopped at the edge of the circle and looked at it for a moment. The circle was not a warning in any conventional sense. It was not inscribed with text or symbol that he could identify. It was simply there, a boundary marked in stone, the way a boundary between 2 kinds of terrain is sometimes simply visible without requiring explanation. He stepped across it. The vibration in his chest was immediate and unmistakable. Not the faint, distant thing he'd felt twice before, but something fuller, like the difference between hearing music from several streets away and standing in the room where music is being made. Not painful, not frightening, a deepening, a richness, a quality of presence, as though the air inside the circle were somehow more substantial than the air outside it. The door opened without resistance. The hinges did not protest. He had expected, given the stated 60 years of sealed state, to need to force it or find it immovable. But it swung inward as smoothly as a well-maintained door in a well-maintained house, and the darkness beyond received him. He had brought a lantern. He raised it and stepped through. The interior of the tower was a single circular space, stone-walled, with a stone staircase that spiraled upward along the inner wall, leaving the center of the tower open all the way to the belfry, high above. He tilted his head back and looked up through this central shaft and could see, far above, the pale gray rectangle of the sky through the belfry opening, and the absence where a bell should have been. The bell hooks still in place, still sound, the chain fittings still solid, but nothing hanging from them. No bell, no mechanism, nothing. Just as the book had said, he began to climb. The stairs were stone and steady, worn smooth by however many generations of use before the ceiling, but not crumbling, not dangerous. The lantern threw his shadow up the curved wall beside him, enormous and shifting, like a companion that had grown very large and very dark and was climbing with him. He counted the steps without meaning to. his mind defaulting, in the absence of other occupation, to the counting habit, the record-keeper's instinct to measure and enumerate. He reached 87 before the staircase delivered him to the belfry level. The belfry was open on all four sides, the stone cut away into those rectangular openings he had seen from below, the darkness outside the openings absolute. It was past midnight now, or nearly, the village below invisible in the dark, only the scattered pinpricks of lamplight and windows visible through the openings. Wind came through all four at once, not violent, but constant, a slow push of cold air that moved his hair and made the lantern flame bend. And beneath the belfry, beneath the floor he stood on, beneath the tower he had climbed, the vibration was a living thing, not aggressive, not threatening, but present in the way that running water is present when you stand above an underground river, the movement of something vast and purposeful passing beneath you, indifferent to your presence, but not unaware of it. He took out his journal. He needed to write. It was, he understood, both his professional obligation and his way of being certain of things, of having them fixed in language, anchored in the physical world of ink and paper, where they could not later be dismissed as imagination. He wrote, "I am in the belfry. There is no bell. The hook fittings are present. There is no bell. The resonance is—" He stopped. Something had changed. Not the vibration that continued, that deepened, if anything, as midnight must have arrived, because the vibration was now less like underground water and more like the felt aftermath of a very large, very slow, very deliberate tone struck somewhere far below. Not in the tower, in the hill, in the beneath of the hill, in whatever depth the book's author had described as neither physical nor metaphorical. But what had changed was something else. He looked down, through the grating in the belfry floor, a grating he had not noticed on his way up, or had registered and not considered, 4 iron bars crossing the center of the floor over the central shaft. Through the grating, he could see the shaft going down. He had looked up through the shaft from below. Now he looked down, and something was looking up. Chapter 8. The Deep Elsewhere. He did not know how long he stood there looking down through the grating. Time had become uncertain, in the way time becomes uncertain in moments of very great stillness. The clock in the mind stops bothering to count when the thing happening is too important to be measured in its ordinary units. He stood and looked down, and what was looking up at him was not a face. He wanted to be precise about this, because the instinct was to call it a face, to reach for the familiar category of face in the same way the mind reached for bell sound to describe the resonance. But it was not a face. It was something that occupied the space where a face would be if there were a person at the bottom of the shaft, and it looked upward in the way a face looks upward. But what it was, specifically, was light, or something that behaved as light, organized in the rough arrangement of attention. Not eyes exactly, but the thing that eyes point toward when they are looking. Not the instrument, but the intention, the direction, the focus quality of being looked at that a person can feel from across a room before they've identified the source. He was being looked at from below. His breath came slowly. His hands were cold around the journal and the lantern. The vibration was enormous now. He could feel it in his teeth, in the small bones of his ears, in the fluid behind his eyes, and it was not painful, it was not threatening, but it was absolutely demanding of attention in the way that only very large, very fundamental things are demanding: gravity, tide, the beat of the heart. He forced himself to write. In the lantern light, kneeling by the grating, he wrote what he could. There is something beneath the tower. It is not the people who disappeared, or not only them. It is something else, something that was here before the village, before the founders, before the tower, before any human presence on this hill. It is looking at me. I do not know if that is the right word. Looking. But the word the mind produces is looking, and I am recording what the mind produces. I think I have been feeling it since the road, since the birch trees, since before I arrived, since longer before I arrived than I yet understand. The book said, the bell is calling something back. Not people down, something back. I think... He stopped, looked down again. What was below had changed, not moved, had not approached, but changed in quality, the way a distant signal becomes clearer when you stop moving and hold still and let it find you. And what he understood, in the way of understanding that is not intellectual but total, that occupies the whole body at once like water occupying a vessel, what he understood was, the bell was not a warning, not a curse, not a malevolence. The bell, the resonance, was a recognition. The membrane, the deep elsewhere, the whatever lay beneath this hill in the long dark and the impossible depth. It recognized. It had a capacity for recognition the way a room has an echo, intrinsically, by nature of its structure. And what it recognized, what it had been recognizing across all those hundreds of years, was something in particular, people, a quality, a resonance of their own, that matched its frequency, that belonged to it. That was, in some sense, the founders had begun to understand, and then retreated from in fear of it. Not strangers, not captives, kin, the missing people. Minna, with her basket of green cloth, seen through the thick glass of the living world. They were not taken. They were recognized. They were claimed, not cruelly, with the particular patient love of something very old that has been waiting a very long time for its own to come home. Lioren sat back on his heels and put his journal down and pressed his hands flat against the cold stone floor of the belfry and breathed. He had come here because of a note in an almanac. He had read the note at 16 and felt, not curiosity, felt recognition. He had spent 8 years building a private archive of every reference to Virel because he could not stop, because the stopping felt like something intolerable, because the pull of it was less like intellectual interest and more like the pull of a word you can't quite remember, the one that sits at the very edge of your tongue and will not arrive, and so you cannot rest until it does. He looked down through the grating again. The light below was patient. It had been patient for a very long time. It would be patient a little longer. He understood with a clarity that was frightening, not in itself, but in its cleanness, its lack of biggity. He had not been sent here. He had not even chosen to come here. Not really. Not in the way that choosing works when all the alternatives remain genuinely available. He had been drawn here, across 8 years and several hundred miles, and the careful professional architecture of a commission that had been, underneath, from the very beginning, the only direction he was ever going to walk. He was the key. Calla had said, I think that some people are keys. The door was below him, breathing, resonating, patient and enormous and deep. He sat at the belfry of the tower above the Virel throne for a very long time, the lantern beside him, the cold wind through the four openings, the village invisible below in the dark, and he thought about Aerith, who had felt the resonance, and then been taken, been recognized, crossed, and he thought about Minna, carrying her green cloth through a market, unable to come home, doing something purposeful and important in the deep elsewhere that she had been recognized into. And he thought about the note in the almanac, "Do not let it ring for you," written by a hand that had been afraid, written by someone who had chosen, deliberately, to be the kind of key that stayed in the lock and did not turn. He thought about his journals downstairs at the inn, the record of everything he'd found, everything he'd understood, written carefully in the language of scholarship, in ink that would dry and keep. Evidence. Knowledge. The thing the Archivist General had sent him for, not knowing they were sending him for it, not knowing what it meant. He could stand up. He could go down the stairs. He could go back to the inn and sleep, and in the morning write his report, and in a week begin the journey back to Eldmere, and deliver the report to the Archivist General, and the Archivist General would read it with the expression of someone who has been given a handful of sand and asked to build a cathedral from it, and the report would be filed in the Division of Forgotten Territories and referenced under Virel, and that would be that. He could do that. He looked down through the grating, and the light below looked up, and the recognition between them was as large and as quiet and as inevitable as the turning of the season. He did not open the grating. He sat back against the stone wall of the belfry, one knee up, his journal in his lap, his lantern burning low beside him, and he wrote for 2 hours by its light. He wrote everything: the road, the gate, the iron bells, Marin and her evaluating eyes, the historian's broken sentence, Calla's door and her word occupied, the book in the library, the circle of cream-colored stone, the grating, the light below, and the understanding that it arrived not as a thought but as something he had always been in the process of having and had now finally caught up to. He wrote it all, clearly and precisely and completely. He left nothing out. He did not soften the implications or hedge the conclusions. He wrote them plainly, with the particular responsibility of the record keeper, who owes the record the truth of what was seen, regardless of what that truth requires the seer to acknowledge about themselves. And then at the end he wrote, "I do not know what I will do. I know what is being asked of me." Or not asked exactly. Recognition does not ask. It simply is. I know that the people who have been taken, recognized, are not gone. I know that whatever they are doing in the deep elsewhere, they are doing it with purpose, with the occupied purposefulness of things that have been returned to their right context. I know that I am, by some quality of architecture I did not choose and cannot fully define, of that context. I'm afraid. I want to be clear about that. Not of the thing below, of the leaving, of the specific and irreplaceable loss of this world, of ink and journal and cold stone and lantern light, and the ordinary miracle of a word written on paper and kept, of the people here, who have lost so many, who have learned to carry loss as structure, of Marin, who has never heard the bell and does not know whether to call that mercy or insult, of Osper, who smokes his pipe on the wall and holds his daughter's disappearance with the steadiness of a man who has been holding something very heavy for a very long time and has learned not to set it down, but to stand differently. I am setting this record down in the belfry of the tower above the Virel throne, in the month of Earl Winter, at some hour past midnight that I cannot precisely determine by the light of a lantern that is running low. If this record is found, when this record is found, because I believe it will be found, I believe I am part of a pattern that has found its record keepers before. Whoever finds it should know. The bell is real. The people are real. The deep elsewhere is real. And the thing that is being called back, called up, through the membrane, through the centuries of the exchange, which the founders made more efficient when they built this tower, but which had been happening long before any human hand set the first stone of this hill. The thing being called back is not malevolent. It is not a monster or a curse. It is the other half of something. I do not know what. I do not know how to say it more clearly than that. It is the other half of something, and it has been incomplete for a very long time. And this hill, this tower, this bell that is not a bell, is the place where the two halves remember each other and try, with varying degrees of success, across varying distances, to be whole. The people who hear the bell are not victims. They are participants. I wonder if on the other side there are those who have been looking for this world the way this world's people have been looking for them, glimpsed in crowds, in the corner of an eye, in the wrong face wearing the right expression. I wonder if this is what recognition feels like from both sides. He stopped writing. The lantern was very low. He looked down through the grating one final time. The light below waited, patient and vast and genuinely, deeply still, in the way of things that have been still for a very long time and have made peace with the length of it. He closed his journal. He placed it precisely against the wall, where it would be dry and findable. He placed beside it his satchel, with all his other journals inside, and his mapping instruments, and his ink, and his 8 quills wrapped in oilcloth, and the letter of commission with the faded wax seal of the Archivist General of Eldenmere. He sat for one more moment on the belfry floor, in the last of the lantern light, in the cold wind coming through the 4 openings, in the silence of a village asleep below him, and a world asleep beyond it, and a history of disappearances reaching back beyond counting. He thought of the note in the almanac. Do not let it ring for you. He thought, it has been ringing for me for 8 years. It rang before I arrived. It rang on the road in the birch trees. It is ringing now, and I have been answering incrementally with every step I took toward this place for 8 years. He thought, the note was a warning, but warnings are given by those who fear. And I am afraid, yes, but I am also, and this is the thing I could not have predicted, that no one warned me about, grateful. Grateful in the way you are grateful when something you did not know you were missing is returned to you, and you recognize it in the moment of return and understand, in that instant, that you have been incomplete without it, and did not know the shape of the incompleteness until now. The lantern went out. In the dark, he reached down to the iron grating. It was not locked. It had never been locked. He lifted it, afterward. The record. When Vesson came to bring the record-keeper his morning bread and found the room at the Alderswick Inn empty, the journals on the table, the coat on the hook, the boots placed side by side at the foot of the bed, he stood in the doorway for a very long time, the bread in his hands, breathing the particular quality of air that remains in rooms where someone has been and is not any more. Then he went to the governess. Maren came herself. She looked at the room. She looked at the journals, the satchel, the boots, the coat. She picked up the topmost journal, the one with the notes from the belfry, and read the last pages without sitting down, still in her heavy wool overcloak, still cold from the walk up the hill, reading in the pale morning light that came through the window. She read it twice. Then she set it down and stood looking out the window at the tower, which was visible from here, as it was visible from everywhere in the village, its 4 belfry openings pale against the gray morning sky. Vesson asked, "What do we do?" Marin was quiet for a long time. The wind pressed at the glass. Somewhere below in the village, a door opened and closed, and someone's voice carried briefly, and then was folded back into the ordinary morning sounds. "We keep the record," she said finally. "We keep it safe, and we add to it. And when the next one comes, because there will be a next one, there is always a next one, we give it to them to read." "And the tower?" She looked at the tower. She was 70-something years old, and she had been governess for 41 of them, and in all that time she had never heard the bell, and she did not know, standing at this window on this gray morning, whether the thing she felt, looking at the tower, was relief or grief, or something that existed in the deep elsewhere between those two human categories, without a name in any language she knew. "Leave the door," she said. "Leave it as he left it." She took the journals from the table, all of them, the full satchel, and tucked them under her arm with the care of someone handling something that is both heavy and precious and irreplaceable. She walked back up the hill to her hall, to her library, to the high shelf where the thin, dark-bound book already waited, and she set the record-keeper's journals beside it, and stood back and looked at them for a moment. Then she went back to the window of her library and looked up at the tower, as she had looked at it so many times across so many years, with the evaluating eyes that had looked at Lioren and found him slightly heavier than expected. She did not know, would never know, would go to her own grave not knowing, whether the thing being called back had finished arriving, whether the exchange was complete or ongoing, whether the deep elsewhere was full or still hungry, whether the membrane breathed more slowly now or faster, or just the same. She did not know if what had passed through the grating had risen or descended. She did not know what it was doing, wherever it was. She did not know if the wrong eyes in the right face would appear some day in some distant market, glancing across a crowd, the expression not quite landing, the occupied purposefulness of a person engaged in something important in a context too different from this one to be easily explained. She did not know if it was mercy or insult that she had never heard it. The tower stood against the gray sky and looked outward in 4 directions at once. The village moved through its morning below. And in the deep elsewhere beneath the hill, beneath the membrane, in whatever quality of space and time and light existed there, something ancient and patient and enormously present continued, quietly, with the unhurried thoroughness of something that has been working at a task for longer than the village had stood above it, and would continue working at the task for longer still. It was not calling, not any more. It had received what it needed, for now. The bell, the resonance, the signal, the thing the villagers had named for the sound it made in human chests and human dreams, was silent, but not still. never still. And on the road east, in the birch forest, in the particular quality of light that exists in places long inhabited by human sorrow and human wandering, a traveler who had come a long way for reasons they were still in the process of understanding might have stood very still, just at the edge of hearing, or perhaps just beyond it, in that uncertain territory between sound and imagination, and felt, in the sternum, in the soft architecture of feeling, a low, long vibration, like the aftermath of a struck bell, like recognition, like something that had been ringing for a very long time, finally, briefly, answered. And then, silence, and the road, and the forest, holding its breath, and the waiting, always the waiting, of things that understand that time works differently when you are patient. Enough. When you have learned, as the deep elsewhere had learned across its long centuries of reaching, that the ones who are yours will come. They always come. They just need to be ready to hear. In the archive of the Division of Forgotten Territories and Unverified Historical Claims, in the city of Eldenmere, there is a record of a young record keeper named Lioren, who was commissioned to investigate a settlement called the Virel throne, and who failed to return. The record was filed, as such records are filed, with minimal ceremony, in the subsection reserved for field losses, a subsection that is smaller than one might expect, and larger than one might hope. The commission was marked closed. The settlement was marked, verified, inhabited, unremarkable. Somewhere in the margin of the intake form, in handwriting so small as to be almost invisible without a glass, someone had written, not in official language, not in the formal notation of the archive system, but in plain words, in the cramped script of someone committing a thought quickly, before second thoughts arrived. A single sentence. It is still ringing. End.